fuck's sake. Stupid OBS bullshit. Thank you for telling me, Nuken. I literally... It's good you told me. Well. Limey all hell. Go. So yeah, hi everyone. It's me, your boy with the coffee. I did something. Yeah, I mean, you reminded me. I'm just drinking my coffee in the meantime. Oh, yeah. So yeah. At this point, so now, getting straight to the point, we are not paying lawyer lists. We're painting chaos. 6 of them, to be precise. By the way, yes, I didn't glue the jump pack in because it covers half of most of the shoulder plates, which I want to paint. So yeah, there's also gonna be probably scuff because my bone paint from last stream, from last paintings long ago, my fucking bone paint decided to dry up completely, rock solid. So yeah, it's been a year since I painted chaos. It's gonna be one pain in my asshole. Because I had a very specific color scheme, which was torso, helmet, shoulder pads, and backpacks. So the jump packs in this case were mahogany. There's no mahogany paint. I have to mix the paints. I did it over a year ago. I barely remember the ratio of it. I've thankfully remembered I mixed bright red, so vermilion, dark red for some reason, and green. I also have some white to brighten it up. But there's also another reason why I grabbed the white paint. There's a reason. You'll see. But yeah. Slap with this claw. Yeah. You don't. Like, the option was either an axe, pistol, big ass fist and pistol, or dual claws. Now, the meta tells me it's power fists and gun. However, I'm no longer playing competitively. So fuck the meta. I'm building how I want. I didn't magnetize him for that specific reason. Why? Because it's 2 fucking claws, dude. It's a dual, like 2 fucking claws, come on. Guy who flies with claws. It's fucking, it's bloody terrifying. It's cool. Who gives a shit? The rules are gonna be totally fucking refreshed in a year, basically. Anyway, so fuck it, I'm just building how I want. Also, this wasn't the head that was in the box. That was in the box for these guys. And this is the helmet I put on this guy, which I accidentally made another HQ out of because of it. Look at the pose, look at the helmet. It's fucking great, isn't it? The best little things come from accidents, including us. But yeah, he's a wee bit smaller. I'm just gonna compare him. Look. He's like a head shorter. Yeah, a head shoulder base. A head shorter. But fuck it. Just a happy little accident. Yes. So I have an STL file for Night Lord Raptors, ironically. So I could just print one guy, and then I can just use this guy as a backup HQ as well. Because I plan to have like 20 of these guys in the future. A solid 20. Because fallen blood angels. What do blood angels like to do? They like to fly. On jump packs. And these are the bad boys version of them. But that was your day, Nukin, and to all who are watching the VOD on YouTube or on Twitch, I hope you had a good fucking week. How was your week, to all who are in the chat? I'm just taking a fucking coffee break, mind you, because I'm still fucking trying to figure out how the fuck did I do this paint scheme again. Good, but exhausted with work. At least you had work. At least you worked. So screw it. You probably are gonna get paid because of that. Or satisfaction. 90% of the time, that is. Don't mind me, I'm just browsing through all of other sites. Interesting. Let's see. Oh yeah. This is just gonna be a chill stream, hopefully. Hopefully. Knowing myself, I will rage, probably. Because I always go on a fucking tangent. On something. My back. But yeah, there were a lot of Warhammer news happening. First off, the fucking Skulls event for Warhammer games. PC games. Man, was that event nearly fucking dog shit. I'm gonna be fucking straight up with you all. I love me some fucking Warhammer games, you know? Specifically to play on PC. And shit it won't. However, there's a problem. This one, it was complete and utter dog shit. Well, actually no, I'm gonna retract that. It was nearly a complete and utter dog shit. Nearly. Because it got saved by like 2 or 3 fucking games. There we go. First off, I'm putting some metallic paint on because because except for the shoulder pads, the helmets, the torso, and the backpack, the rest is metallic paint. So the arms, under the shoulder pad as well, are gonna be metallic. That is a scheme I totally won't royally fucky-a-wucky up. But yeah, so grab my big base paintbrush. I think I diluted this. Yeah, I've thinned the paint a little bit too much, but screw it. That just means I have to put more coats in. There we go. Hello. So y'all can see, right? And there's a metric shit ton of trim that's supposed to be gold. However, I'm base painting this, so who gives a shit? I'm gonna paint over it, especially since it's gold. Metallic. You know, metallic over metallic. It's super easy. Oh yeah, this little cloth is gonna be skin. Because why not? Why not? They are the quintessential bad guys. Have them, and they're space vampires, you know, who are completely and utterly fell to their bloodthirst. You know? That's my homebrew lore, everyone. A lot of them are heresy veterans from my own guy's chapter. Traitors. They were a lot stuck in the warp. These are, remember the homebrew lore I talked about long ago? Basically, TLDR. During the third founding, they went up, tried to kill went on a crusade to avenge avenge Sanguinius, you know, whatnot. They came from the, how do I say this? Some of the veterans, being one of my, you know, the winged guy, the infamous winged model I have. Yeah, him. You know, they're time displaced, and they were stuck in the warp for nearly 10k years, and they only got out because the Cicatrix Maledictum fucking opened. Also, these claws are not gonna be metal. I'm gonna paint them orange. I'm gonna make them fucking glow. Why? Because it's cool. Why wouldn't I do it? That's the more important question. Why wouldn't I do it? It's cool. I would like how it looks. Ergo, I'll do it. Yep. I think I actually did the oh, I didn't. Nice. There we go. The insides of the knuckles as well. And so, what's the homebrew lore for these guys? Like I said, they're the ones who felt chaos. I mean, they were stuck in for like, yeah, 10k years and shit like that, almost. So of course they would be, and when that happens, and that can happen, which is the funniest fucking thing, by the way, it can happen. There are modern instances of lore where Luna wolves came to the 40k setting all of a sudden, and it's the warp, you know, time, reality, and laws of physics. The warp literally laughs at it, you know. And so some of them fell to the red thirst, you know. some managed to fucking stand with. Because remember, this was like a crusade, and in I think I know who you mean. It's the historical guy. Let me guess. It's the guy whose wife always asks which army would beat who, or just goes on random tangents about stuff. And his wife bought elves, the dark elves specifically. Is that the guy? Because I do watch him as well. He's quite funny. He also knows his history. Yeah. I see him all the time on my Instagram reel feeds. So, yeah. Literally, my Instagram feed is either Warhammer lore, how to make cocktails. I know some people get hoof trimming and stuff. I get fucking alcohol. Which is quite ironic because I'm Serbian, you know, Slavic. So it is quite funny for me to get that recommended. Specifically since I don't follow anything that is related to, you know, barista stuff or cocktails or whatever, or alcohol. That's the funniest thing. So, how the fuck am I getting that? Who knows? Who knows? Alright, since I don't actually, no, I can probably work with this. It's gonna be a pain in my asshole, but I have a plan. I have a plan. It probably will turn ass, however I'm gonna do, just in case because of that, just one layer of it when the time comes. So I can just paint over it, because I am gonna buy some new paint, because the metal paint is, after God knows how long, near the end. That's the funniest part, I'm nearly out of the metal. Which makes sense because I only use it to paint, used it before these guys just to paint like weapons. Makes his history. Then that's not him. That's not the guy who I'm thinking of then. That's definitely not his name. But yeah, Warhammer's getting more and more popular and shit like that, so it makes sense. Now the issue is with it becoming popular is that some people take it too far to want it to, because at the end of the day it's a hobby, unless GW completely fucking turns away from making miniatures to just making animated series, which it can, because it has very interesting plot points and lore. So the wife of two historians with the rip both of them. Yep. Now here's the thing. The guy I thought of, he collects Warhammer for a long time. So it's just the problem is with him is that not only that he now has to pay his wife's his own plastic crack addiction. Now he has to pay for his wife's as well. And she collects the elves, the Eldar. And you know what's the funniest part about that? Not because I'm an elf Vtuber. It's because that army is not cheap. It's kind of cheap point-wise that you used to build an army. However, monetarily wise, it's not cheap at all. It costs a lot. I genuinely do not know. Link me his channel. Before you link it, please say you're gonna do it so I can permit you. Because remember, I have the no links bullshit on. There we go. One chainsaw painted. I don't remember his name, sadly. I remember his face. Both of their faces. I'm a face remembering guy. I need to connect faces with names when it's about people. If I can't remember your face, I don't remember your name. Simple as. When I start painting the fucking trim of these guys, it's gonna be... you're gonna see me... You're gonna see live how much I will yell. Last time I did that was painting Terminators. They don't have a lot of trim, but they had a lot of pointy fucking bits. I was stabbing my fingers all the damn time. It was hell. My thumbs still ache when whenever I remember that stream. Because goddamn did I fucking stab my fingers. Yeah. Warhammer Skulls. They really pulled the debate with that leak because people really thought Dawn of War is gonna be back. No, they just fucking remastered it. Okay, hold up. Let me permit you, Nukem. Huh? Your message failed to send. Hold up. There you go. You can send the link now. Thank you. Let me see. Yeah, it's them. It's him. Yeah, it's the same guy. Okay, I did not know that his username was that. But yeah, it's him. Yeah. The guy collects Warhammer as well. He's so screwed. And it's the... And not only that she's collecting the Dark Elves, which are a very expensive army. Oh, you need a lot of them. She also collects regular elves. So... At least it's not a horde army. Like my Jane Stiller cult, which I put on pause. Because God fucking damn save my soul when I start painting that army. Because I'm gonna... for Gene Stealer cults or horde armies like orcs and all, you need lawyer money. Yeah, they're nice. But he's so fucked. He's so... I mean, they're married. Of course they're gonna have the best chemistry ever. But still... He's so fucked. Monetarily wise, because his wife now collects Warhammer. And he collects Warhammer. Yes, screwed. all of that YouTube money is not gonna be seen at all. I'm sorry, mate, but you have now forsaken. You have sacrificed your wallet to the fifth chaos god, James fucking Workshop, the god of greed. Don't worry, he doesn't take souls as tribute. He takes all of your worldly possessions instead. Oh, the dart is too small, I think, for that. But since Daddy is addicted, it has the plastic crack. The mommy has a plastic crack now as well. That means the child will definitely fucking do Warhammer when it gets older. When she gets older. And at that point they're fucked. I said he's fucked now. Wait until the kid starts to fucking develop the interest. Because here's the thing. If my kid decided to want to do Warhammer, I would cave in, because every parent would dreams to share a hobby with their child and do it. So he's gonna fold like a fucking piece of origami paper. Like, he won't say no. He will forfeit it. He is gonna forfeit all of his worldly possessions. He's, like I said, when I said he's fucked, I didn't, you know, over-exaggerate it. He is fucked if the daughter really is that. Because at this point, my guy, you might as well fucking declare bankruptcy, because if the kid, for some reason, and there's a highly likelihood that their daughter will like the orcs, he is gonna file for bankruptcy. Orcs are one of these weird armies where you actually can play them elite. You can. However, you're playing orcs. You're kinda, you know, you will eventually fall to the curse of wanting your own green tide of miniatures, you know? Because it's quite addicting. It's a pain in the ass to paint. And the problem is, I do plan in the future to get orcs, because it's the fucking orcs. I want my fucking British football hooligans to scream wah. And I will scream wah whenever I use their army trait, because I think if you're an orc player, you're contractually obligated when you're using their army rule wah, it's an activation ability, to scream that at the top of your lungs. I'm sorry, I don't make up the rules. You're contractually obligated to do that. And honestly, if somebody, for some damn reason, hates that, will call you a loser or shit like that, if you're one of those people watching, eat a bag of dicks. You're extremely not fun to be with at all. Because that's the point of orcs. They scream, they yell, they shout. And ever since my Barcelona fucking trip, I realized the orcs are on point British. Specifically the fucking hooligans for football, or if you're from the States, soccer. And I will never, and I do mean never will, call football soccer, because I'm not fucking brain dead. Yes, those are fighting words, my friends. Jokes aside, it's only just a slight kick in the balls for any American here. Because I am Serbian. I'm contractually obligated. So I'm just looking at the miniatures to see if I did miss anything. There we go. So all of the metal that is supposed to be metal is painted. Hold up. You little tease. You little bastard. I forgot to paint the barrel of this guy. eye for gore. Now, if you're asking me why am I not painting the plasma pistols, barrels gold, why didn't I paint this this silver, or plasma pistols silver, barrel silver? I'm gonna paint them in a different scheme, all of them, because I found my old Terminators, and I'm just like, those weapon casings would be actually look a little bit better if they weren't black but red. And then my brain kicked in. His high school classmate said their mom, with the Warhammer painting addiction, she could not have money for drugs. I mean, yes, dude. You realize the Warhammer is kind of even more costs more than alcohol or drugs. I have the safest addiction to the planet. This is addiction that is, you know, encouraged, because if I spend all of my money on plastic miniatures, then I won't have money to have an actual addiction. You know? So it's healthy. Yes, it's healthy. Totally not coping. I'm totally not coping. Totally not. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. There we go. I had to crack my back a little bit. Alright. So here comes the part where I will 110% lose my shit. Because it's the paint mixing part. It's time to make the mahogany. God save my soul if I remember how to make it. I remember what paints I used. And sadly, I wrote a ratio. However, it didn't work. That's my little saying, I spend money. Yeah, you spend on leather, which is, you know, which is something that it would get you in trouble with PETA. But however, PETA is a cult, so they can suck my dick. Yes, I'm calling the organization PETA a cult. They are a cult at this point. They imply actual cult tactics. How do I know? I took fucking orientation with that. Yes. It's literally the same cult tactics I read on my textbook. All it's left for PETA is them basically making small little camps where every employee lives there. They're a full-fledged cult. That's all what's left. It's quite funny though. That organization at one point was actually respected for animal rights. Now, no sane person respects it. It is literally the embodiment of either you die as a hero or live long enough to become the villain. There we go. This is Vallejo's Vermilion, so it's a more like orangish, a little, no, not orangish, pinkish red. And then I'm gonna contract it with some dark red. Because here's the thing, there has to be like a 2-to-1 ratio of red and green. Now I'm gonna use this brush again and mix the paints. And I'm praying to God it works. If not, well, fuck me. It's not working. Wait, it's maybe working. Ah, yes, it's mixing. Yes, it's mixing. Oh shit, it's nearly there. Yeah. Yeah, boys, we're getting... Oh, yep. Yep. That's what I'm talking about. That's the fucking... That's mahogany. However, it's a bit too dark because after I shaded, and I remember when I first time posted Nike, and Lex is an acquaintance of mine from Lex Sato's community. He thought it was black. So I'm just gonna be very thoughtful and add in just a wee bit of white to liven up the color. There we go. And also add more paint into the mix so that I have more shit to use. If it becomes too bright, I will use purple, which will brighten it down and get it into the shade I want. Yeah, I fucked it up. There we go. Yeah, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. It's now very bright. But this is fixable. This is fixable. All I need to do is add a little bit more green and purple. Let's see with purple. So why not? Because the trick is to add... originally you have to add blue. However, I used green and I'm gonna now add purple in to the mix. Interesting. This is a weird color now. I nearly like it. Nearly. It's not how I want it though. So, thankfully, I'm just gonna add more green. I'm gonna load up this fucking brush. Shit, it's in the bristles almost. I have to... clean this brush now before any of the paint sips in. Yeah, we little did a fucky wucky, however, it's not that bad. Just add more red. More dark red. It's an experimentation, like I said. I wanted to experiment. Experiments do go sideways, everyone. Okay, I managed to bring it back to a degree. However, it is much brighter now, but the shading is almost there. Just add a little, to my taste, I will add more, just a little bit more green. Just a little bit. To darken it. That's the point, because this is Caliban green. This is a very dark green. So what I'm doing is shaking the pot so it gets to this little ladle right here. And I'm just gonna grab a good amount of it and stir it in. Then I'm gonna wash my paint again, or brush again. Then stir it in. And we're gonna see some magical chemical reactions, because paints in general are just chemical reactions towards each other. There we go. It's at the hue. It is dark. However, it is not totally dark. Plus, it's gonna be shaded down with a darker shade color. So, who cares? Alright. Now, this is the part where I will retire this little brush. And get to use... and get to use a more narrower brush. Because we have to paint some stuff that is, you know, not a lot of plating. It's something that I don't care if I accidentally hit. Let's see how it will look when I put it on here. Actually, no, I have this pauldron right here. Alright, let's put it on. Alright. It doesn't look mahogany, which is ironic. I created a different kind of purple. Interesting, actually. Let's paint up the Lord and we'll see how it will look. Because Chaos Lords have a lot of individuality, you know? So it actually makes sense that it might look different. Well, so I'm just gonna add one layer, and when it dries up and if it doesn't look like how I want, I can just paint over it. You know, I can just literally grab I can literally just make another batch right down here and completely paint over it. It kind of counters with the... Let's look at this. It kind of counters with the silver. Yeah, it looks way too purple. I somehow made it like Slaneshi purple nearly. Somehow. Huh. Interesting. I probably did some Slaneshi purple. Nearly. Interesting. Okay, this combo I will memorize in my head now. I will remember it. However, it failed. Kind of wasted paints, but it happens. What can you do? Live and learn. So, let us now make the original. Grab a boatload of green. And then combine the reds. Stupid air bubbles. I'll add a bit more green just in case if I overdid with the red. Because why the fuck not? There we go. With the brush I'm gonna use to mix. I'm now gonna combine everything into mahogany. Yeah, as you can see, there's visible differences between this paint and this paint. There we go. I made the paint I did before. I wanted to brighten it up, however, I can't estimate the amount of white I need to put it in. Actually, no. I am gonna put some white. Nah. No, don't. Vex, don't risk it. And some paint water spilled, which is fucking great. I have to get some paper towels. Be right back. There you go. And I can now use this to wipe my brush. There you go, see? I have some leftover green in here, and it sadly did go in the bristles. I'll have to close my door. I somehow made a different fucking, not a different color, but it is very much purple, but it's so like faded purple, which is interesting now because it does look very much Emperor's Children like, which is fascinating to me. You know, very fascinating, just in case. But if I do want to paint a Slanesh warband, it could be a good recipe. And I definitely now memorized it, and not just that, because now I'm streaming on YouTube. It is now immortalized, basically, so I can always just look this up. There we go. See what I mean? Painting over it. Just paint over it and you're done. But because it's a second layer, I have to be very careful. Because I don't want to hit the trims. Or whatever they are. But since there is a second layer now, the paint is gonna be more vibrant. You know? Stawię tu. Uh-huh. And my Bluetooth has disconnected. Fucking great. Alright. So let's paint this now. Like this, like this. Somehow, this little fail of an experiment turns out there's a very good underpaint so that I can paint the real thing. Interesting. Interesting combo I did. It's funny, I will say so myself. Very funny. Also, I forgot to paint his fucking combat knife metal, which is stupid, and we will fix that shortly after I just finish this. Why do you have so much trim, you fucking bastard? So many interlocking segments. It's not even funny. There we go. The helmet is gonna be a Dark Angel. Why? Because it's funny. I mean, it's not just funny. There's a lore reason for that. There is currently a little bit of a fucking scuffle between the Dark Angels and my heresy bros. But yeah. Alright, let me just paint this, then we're gonna take a little break for me to eat. Holy fuck balls, this is a pain in the ass. Paint the inside like here, because this whole faceplate and everything else is, you guessed it, trim. I mean, it is a repurposed Chaos Lord helmet. He is an aspiring champion, and I headcanon him now that he is, because my guy is basically the leader, not leader, but one of the main guys of this little warband is this claw guy. So he is this is kind of his personal entourage, bodyguard, whatever the fuck you want to call. There we go. Now let's paint the shoulder pad. Sadly, this is all trim. So this is gonna be untouched. But yeah. Oh. Looky, I missed something. That is not molto bene. Alright, I'm gonna now take a little break because it's lunch, because it's supper time. I hope the paints won't dry up. However, I did manage to wet this son of a bitch. Actually, just in case, I'm gonna go wet this. I have to wash my hands anyway. Opa. It's all right. There we go. Now I washed my hands, so it is okay. Yes, there's one thing that you shouldn't do. That is ingest fucking paint. I'm gonna put this on the loop because I figured out how to loop YouTube stuff. Ooh. And this is quasi perfect because I'm waiting for the metallics to fully dry. So, let us start with bitching. First off, fuck Erebus. Second of all, let's look at what the fuck happened with Skulls, but also Warhammer in general. Why? Because I can. What the fuck did I just do? Oh my god. What the fuck is this with Opera? All of a sudden I can just split my screens and close windows, man. I mean, that was fucking hilarious in my part. However, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Alley-oop. And let's go to display capture everyone. Why? Because I can. So, I have to move back. So there was the heresy reveals, but also there were the Warhammer Skulls reveals. Sam. Well, let's go with the fucking hype thing first, alright? Saturday. So, Horus Heresy is now getting a full new fucking edition. Also, I have closed chat. So if you're here and writing stuff, I won't be able to see it. Hello. We can fix that. Actually. There we go. So, this box apparently, this edition apparently for Horus Heresy, it's fucking controversial. Why? Fuck if I know. I blame it as heresy players being heresy players, because here's the fun fact. Horus Heresy has a reputation. Both good and bad. Both good and bad, everyone. Now you might be asking, what's the bad part? Extreme grognards. Oh yeah. And a touch of ableism. You see, with Horus Heresy. Actually, let's go to the GW shop. Let me show you. I need to get this fucking Armageddon book. I like playing Crusade, which is the RPG version. So let's go to Horus Heresy. So, it all stems from the fact that Horus Heresy at the start wasn't as accessible as when it was 2nd edition. Why? Majority of the minis, like for instance, Admech here, this was all resin. Resin, not plastic. Now you might be wondering, what's the deal with resin? Because what's it called? Forge wool. Wait, where's the site? No way. Did they can the site? Yeah. No fucking way. Oh, balls. Okay, the site is gone. Right, so I can only go through here now. So, back in those times, basically everything was resin. Bar Mark IV and Mark III armors, which were sold in plastic. And Terminators. But Terminators at the start were actually resin. Then they went to plastic with the what's it called? Burning of Prospero. And then Betrayal of Calf. Yeah. So let's go with Kata. Yeah, there we go. Legion Cataphracti. Why is it in fucking fuck you, it's rest of you. Oh, I have to look at this again. Ah, you bloody kidding me. Alright, fair enough. The Horus Heresy. Loyalists. Blood Angels, of course, because best boy. Yeah, So this. Hold up. There you go. This. So the unique stuff. So back then, everything almost was, apart from the classic tactical squad, was there we go. Mark IV is still the old Mark was plastic. Then, but everything else, even to this day, Legion stuff like this jump pack dreadnought, this fucking whatchamacallit, the Crimson Paladins, unique Blood Angel. Why is it temporarily out of stock? Oh, they're probably reboxing everything. Okay, you got third editions coming out. This. Okay, not Dominion Zephyron. It's not, but this guy. Everything else is resin. Notice the fucking prices. 70 fucking euros. Primarch. Okay, Primarch 125 euros. Do you see? And it's Forge World stuff, resin. That's what they mean expert kit, because it's resin. And that makes it extremely inaccessible, because back then you would have to buy Forge World stuff, resin stuff secondhand, because order it from the site, most likely it won't come. But that's if you're not in the EU. If you're not in the EU, it won't come. I ordered long ago, like a dumbass, these guys. By the way, the price was less back then. This was like years ago. Because I wanted to proxy these guys as Sanguinary Guard. And they kinda are, till they got their own rules. Right? Thankfully I was refunded, so I didn't give a shit. Yeah. Because for some reason, unless it's if it's France, Austria, Germany, maybe Italy, this Forge World stuff will barely arrive. Because for some reason people manage to yoink it. Or customs just flat out, nuh-uh. In my case, it reached Hungary or Slovenia, and it was completely gone. Yeah, these upgrade stuff, resin. Basically anything not Legion specific for your factions that are not, except for the Praetors, apparently Chaplain, they're resin. This guy, resin. This guy, resin. This guy, resin. These guys, resin. Resin. The tanks are in resin, thank fuck. Huh? Done. Like everything else right here is plastic. Which I get maybe why they want to use resin. Because resin can do better details. Plus they probably don't want to overload the plastic factories, you know? Because most of every other stuff they produce in Games Workshop is plastic. Age of Sigmar, fully plastic. Warhammer, pretty much plastic. So it lightens low, because this is a new miniature. It's resin. Look at the details. Now, my biggest gripe with Heresy is that these unique consoles, like the Herald, the Champion, the Apothecaries, I can't kip dash them. That is funny, but yeah. But the Esoterists, for instance, the Librarian, aka Psyker, the Mortiad, I would like them to be, yeah, there we go, plastic. There we go, Librarian. I would like them to be fucking plastic. I get why they don't do it, but I would like them to be plastic. Because when it's resin, it costs a lot more. Look, Praetor, Power Sword, 26 euros. Librarian, 35, 10 euros more. You're paying like the resin tax, basically, as we like to joke about it. It is a very common joke. But it is literally the resin tax. Like, it sucks. Plus, I can't order the resin stuff. Not to my knowledge, but I can't. My club is in the stockist program and all. But I don't think I can even order Forgeable, like resin stuff. I can't. From them. So I don't have a safe way for them to guarantee the way unless I'm going to Britain. Now let's see if I go to Britain. Sucks, but yeah. Thankfully, the upgrades, the weapon upgrade sets, they're plastic, which, and there is 3D printing. However, GW has been working their asses off to sue everyone. Like, here's the thing, some of the people they're suing right now, yeah, they're copyright infringing 1-to-1. However, they basically sued the guy, a YouTuber, who made a video about mechs. And one mech is labeled Warhammer. It's a totally different company, totally different setting and all. And he got sued because of that. Basically, they have like this Florida law firm that does the forum, because Florida for some reason has this weird thing where they can sue anybody from around the globe. Some specific lawsuits, but yeah. And if you don't, and in Florida, if you don't come, you auto lose basically. And most people wouldn't come because they would get an email and shit like that, and they're like, "What the fuck is going on?" You know. Yeah. So let's talk about now, before I can continue on, the horse heresy stuff. This is 3rd edition. Mark II. Pretty much one of the most sought after armor is back. And they look fucking nice. I like it. But the funniest thing is, this Praetor is in Mark II, well, console, sorry, but you can easily just say he's a Praetor. There's also this little tarantula, but this thing, Saturnine. This was a gag armor from way back when. This was a gag armor. They made it canon now. And these guys are big. Big. Very big. To the point where people are now thinking, what the fuck is these proportions? And people, I don't know how, but people don't realize underneath the joints here. Look. Servos. This is a fucking mech suit. Now, I could be wrong. And this could be like actual like maimed Astartes. Like they're like, this is like mini dreadnoughts because it kind of is. However, I don't think it is because it's like it's Terminator armor. So Meave thinks this is like the Centurion armor, where they just shut themselves in and they have, you know, the Fallout 4 armor. They have exoskeletons and whatnot, and they walk. Now this is a Praetor. This guy is as big as a Primarch. He's big. I want him. And here is this. This is by far the largest miniature they have ever made that's not a vehicle, or pardon me, not a knight. Like, this guy is big. I think bigger than the Redemptor chassis. Look, in comparison. Look. This guy doesn't even go to his knee. But then, bitches start to complain, because of course they bitch. Also, the Fell Blade is finally plastic, thank fuck. Then we have other guns. The Tarantula's back, finally. The Rapier batteries. I love these little bastards. They annihilated me in 8th edition, but I still love the minis. So I'm definitely getting these guys. And most importantly, one of the most important things, assault armor. Mark II. Sadly, I don't think I will be able to put in my 40k army. I know I could, because fuck you if you're trying to stop me. But, Mark II is rare in the heresy at this point. Like veterans still use it. But more importantly, breachers are back. I'm so gonna buy these. And they're like the little teases and whatnot. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The rules. The rules. So apparently, this is... A lot of people are saying this is now officially makes Horse Heresy ruined. Why, you may ask. The leadership stuff is now different. Do you know when this is the last time GW used these types of rules? Rogue Trader. Late 80s, early 90s. Yep. 2nd edition, basically. 1st and 2nd edition. So this is for panic tests, willpower to do under stress actions, and this is actions like healing and repairing, and leadership being leadership. But yeah. Yeah, as you can see right here. And then they brought damage characteristics. Before in Heresy there wasn't, but now they do, which I genuinely don't mind. But people like to bitch and moan and complain for some reason. Anyhow, let's get back to me. Let me just... Mama ti curva. This is gonna be blasting in my eye, but yeah, there we go. The easiest thing is this little shoulder pad. I'm gonna wet this brush and dilute the paint a little bit, thin it down. There we go, because it's thick. It has a lot of different paints on there, so it is gonna be thick. There we go. What did this? Oh, that was the cape. First off, I'm paying the the bodies and everything else because I need to get them done with anyway first. It's highly importante. There we go. Next one. There we go. Sorry for the lack of chats because I always focus. But yeah, let's get back to the. There's a lot of details. Naturalmente. Check. Šta si rekla? Ne čujem te uopšte. I was told to be quiet for a reason, I don't know why. Now, back to the point. Like I said, the people just love to bitch all day long, especially Warhammer. But these rule sets have a ruin heresy. This and that. Fuck off, right, dude. They made the game a little bit more accessible, and they made it so that it's more, I don't know, comfortable with other players. Damage profiles, brutal. It was kind of a little bit confusing. There we go. I'm just looking at them. Yeah, the crown. Oh wait, that's supposed to be. Wait, that is supposed to be. Huh. Interesting. So that is supposed to be gold. That's the trim. Shit. Well, I painted all of that fucking... Alright. that is fucking stupid of me, but... you live and learn. Thankfully, I can still see it. I can fix that real quick. I'm gonna have to bust open the new gold paint. That's fucking stupid.
Anyhow, let's see. Yeah. Like, people hate change, and change is sometimes good, sometimes bad. This change is a welcome change, and it doesn't hurt anybody, nor does it fundamentally change the what you call it, lore, or I don't know. Doesn't change anything that is more important to the hobby and the community. So it doesn't make sense to just bitch and moan. It's so easy for me to just go out and say they ruined horse heresy because of this, you know, or I can go to the fucking Blood Angel subreddit and just write, hey, I just write, I don't know, they ruined Blood Angel, they canned us, they fucked us over, look at Space Wolves, yada yada yada, and I'm like, and I, like, these people specifically on the internet are just getting with Reddit, that is 100% karma farming. For those who don't know, Reddit has this point metric system called karma, and for some reason people treat it that you're the absolute paragon of being right all the damn time if you have a high amount of it in any form of subreddit, and a subreddit is like a forum or shit like that. Like, it's a forum basically, and I don't know why, but people just love to fucking farm those set points over there. I don't know. It's basically a metric that gives that shows how much attention you get, and you with people on the internet, the one common thing you will find out is everybody likes attention. Like, look at the what you call it, drama, stirs and stuff like that. What do they want out of everything? Attention. They want attention. They want your attention. And shit like I get if you're and specifically like artificial upsetness, like the some people get upset, they then further rile it up so that you can get paid more attention to them and shit like that. Like, come on, bro, come on. Why? You're not contributing to the community whatsoever. You're doing the opposite. You are not even remotely contributing. You are detrimental at that point. I remember when 10th edition started and they showcased the PDF rules for Blood Angels, and all of a sudden people were like, this is the end, they canned us, we are gonna be bottom bitches now, they ruined our army, and compared it to, like, literally compared it to like their dog died. And I'm just like, my brother in Christ, it's a fucking game where we use miniatures to create simulations of war. And like, there's a big ass fucking competitive community, which is like the smallest percentage, but their actions like change the rules and stuff like that. And here's the thing, I don't mind competitive players. I was once a competitive player myself. I don't mind them. That's the trick. I dislike the mentality they have, because a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them do really fucking get too deep into it, and they just fucking suck. Like, why did you take that unit? That's not optimal. Why did you use that unit? They sucked. Like, the only exception I beforehand would give credit to about if the unit sucked or not was Reavers, because even when you're playing non-competitively, like a complete fucking casual, they sucked arse. And now all of a sudden they have decent rules again, which, you know, people are not buying them so that they can grab the knives from the kit, you know, from the model kit, and they're combat knives, and and you know, glue them onto their assault intercessors anymore. They're actually building the reavers as reavers, which gave me a tear in my eye, to be honest. And because at that point, like, the amount of reavers that was in their fucking storage was probably so astronomical that they weren't selling. They just weren't selling. Like I said, they sucked. They actually sucked arse with. They sucked arse more than fucking I don't know, lesbians. Shit. Like, they were so fucking stupid as a unit. You couldn't use them at all. They did absolutely nothing. Specifically with the part that the units there, quote unquote, tried to replace, did a far better job than them. So it didn't make any sense for them to be used. So they changed it. They made sure that they are now usable, and huzzah! You actually will get to see them on the table. But this mentality that Heresy has is astronomical, because it's quotation marks historical. So it has to be a little bit more accurate. Yes, you have a lot more freedom. A lot more freedom modeling wise, because you can just slap a fucking hammer and a fist, and that's perfectly legal rules wise, and you can actually play it, and it's somewhat good. However, here comes the but. If you put any shape or form like this little fucking chainsword on there, the community had the reputation to throw massive hissy fits. Like, I wanted to make some Chaos Corrupted bullshit, and I didn't even, kit bash it or anything. I just fucking said I want to do it for like a late Heresy Sons of Horus. Is I want to play them in Heresy, apart from Blood Angels. And people just didn't have it. I was just like, how can you do that? That is not good. We'll all go pay some money to get some finds. Go on eBay and buy actual parts that are actually good for that scrub and stuff like that. Then again, like I said, it's Reddit. It was Reddit, so Reddit is probably not. But when you have everyone saying similar stuff or being passive aggressive, and at that point you're seeing the community like that, and it was a bad fucking thing, to the point where GW now made different like patterns of helmets, and one pattern very much looked like the quote unquote modern Space Marine armor, which was Mark 7, with the grills and all, and look nearly identical. So people, why did they do it? So that people had justifiable reason to model their units after that. Then they install like different patterns, stuff like that, to make it everything more accessible. Because what was the main fucking drawback before Heresy? Inaccessibility. The problem is then now at start of 2nd edition, where obviously since there's a 3rd edition, Heresy blew up. They had more sales than they planned, which is in their financial report. They were pleasantly surprised about how Heresy was doing well, and it was like guaranteed that we would get a 3rd edition. Nobody of us expected it to be this soon though, because oh boy, like 2nd edition of Horus Heresy came out like maybe 3 years ago, or a little bit, or 4, and 2nd edition came and in that time frame, it was a long while since first edition Horus Heresy came out. You know, so time-wise, they actually bump up the price, bump up the production time. You know, sped it up because it was actually like it's kind of official. Like, Heresy is profitable. So GW now is, as a company, gonna try to, guess what, profit off of their own product. I know, shocking, am I right? Company wants to make a profit. But there is the issue that everybody likes to fucking argue and fight in Warhammer. Like, I don't know why people just have this tendency to be fucking the biggest cunts on the fucking planet. They really do try. It's just kind of astronomical. And it just also, because of the nature of the setting and whatnot, it beckons a lot of politically brain-rotted bastards. And no, this isn't me shitting on the right-wingers. Well, not just them, it's also the left-wingers, because if you think that they are all saints, no. A lot of the people right now I'm gonna straight up tell you, a lot of those quote-unquote lefts, I have scoured their profiles for arguing and fighting, teaching people, trying to remotely like be broad nerds and tell somebody how they're wrong about interpretation and stuff like that, media literacy and all. I look at their fucking profiles, I see 0 miniatures. Like, actually 0, nothing. And that's where the ones who don't admit it. There's some people who just admit, I don't have any miniatures whatsoever. I'm just like, huh. Like, here's the thing. I don't think that if you don't have the miniatures, you're not in the hobby. Some will argue with me because it's a miniature hobby, that you should have miniatures. However, these are expensive. You know, and so not everybody can afford it. You know, not everybody can afford it. I save up for months, sometimes years, to buy miniatures. You know. So because of my position, I am never gonna say that. However, all of that goodwill vanishes the moment I see you acting like an actual fucking arsewipe, like a genuine bona fide toilet paper wipe. And at that point, I am going to like ask you first, do you have miniatures? It is a good litmus test to see whether somebody's an actual, quote unquote, what people like to call tourists. And then for somebody who actually collects, because if you give money, you kind of show a little bit more appreciation to the hobby. Then again, it's not always like that. Like I said, I only do that when somebody's acting like an actual royal fucking bellend, like a genuine asswipe. Because here's the thing, there's also something called, a lot of people, and in my opinion, in this modern age, it's probably nuance is pretty much that people do not at all look every situation the same. They have an opinion already, preformed opinion, preformed thought, and they stuck themselves with it, and they just basically assume assumptions and stuff like that. and they think their assumptions are correct, ergo they are correct, because they are too scared to think that they are wrong. Sadly, that's what a lot of people on the hobby are. Thankfully, here's the thing, for that part of the community on Twitter, yeah, I know, Twitter, the cesspool, after those specific quote-unquote media literate people left, all of a sudden it's calmer. for most parts. It's still shit, because there are some shitty people that will never leave, unless they get suspended. However, it's been a less of a shithole because of that. And I find it astronomically funny. I find it astronomically funny. Okay, I'm out of fucking mahogany paint, so I have to mix more of it. It's kind of hilarious, but it is the truth. I'm out of it. Oof, okay. So, let's mix it up again. I will never understand those types of people. Probably never will. And I genuinely do not want to. Like, I'm now at that point of my life when you're acting like that, and I see that not only you're, and here's the thing, there's a difference between acting an asshole to other assholes and acting like an asshole in general, you see. Because I look at all of everybody's online activity when I suspect them like that. There's nothing wrong for you to fucking look at their profile and see how they're acting. You know, some people are, especially if they're terminally online. If they're terminally online, how they act online is basically how they are in real life. Just in real life, they're a lot more quiet. Because, you know. Fuck you, bot. Haha. Get Seri botted, dumbass. I will never understand these fucking guys who make bots like this. I genuinely, like, they're preying on they are literally preying on people who are desperate for views and stuff like that. And here's the thing with content creation, growing when you have no connections and stuff like that is hell. Like, I am being genuinely serious. It's hell. It's slow as shit. And some people get genuinely frustrated by that, and sadly do that. Because there are some people who are desperate for fame, for clout, for money, and shit like that. I'm lucky that it's not even my priority whatsoever because of Law University. Like, I'm near the end. Like, I'm doing this because I like it. It's fun for me. I get to yap because, you know, lawyer. I like talking. I yap my brains out sometimes. But on to Bigos Dicos details. But there are some people who are just desperate to that. They want the attention, and they want the views so that they can promote themselves, which is kind of, also I'm gonna say straight up, it's the dumbest thing, because at this point, like, it's easy to spot. Like, at this point, especially with companies and shit like that, they know. They know if you're botting or not. It's stupid. Like, and the sites, if they get reported, will look into it and find it. They have tools for that. The only reason why some don't get banned is because they give the company a lot of money. Let's go with Kick. Like, the most annoying fucking streamers on Kick, you know, Jack Dorothy, Neon, FouseyTube, and shit and whatnot. They bought. It's quite you can easily spot it. Like, all of a sudden, from 200 viewers to in a span of a minute, 20, 2,000 viewers, or 10k viewers. That is. And here's the thing, it's not like, okay, you know, they go live and shit like that, you know, notifications and all. It's an hour or something. you know? And all of a sudden, it's only emoticons, you know? Similar words repeated all the damn time. You know? It is very obvious when somebody's botting. So yeah. And also, don't forget, there are literal companies, big companies, who do that. You know? Especially if they're running a promotion. They do that. I think there were some who got exposed for like botting some of their bigger promoted live streamers for their game or whatnot. I can't remember which one, but I remember that was all over the internet at one point. Like, it isn't shocking, you know, because algorithm, baby. It's just when they do it, it's allowed. I can go on, but more to the point. Back to the point of the community. Like, I'm seeing online again, some people really are trying to piss each other off deliberately and stuff like that. It's stupid, man. Like, laughing at someone for thinking, like, here's the thing. There are no technical, like, stereotypical good guys in Warhammer. There aren't. However, those media literate people for some reason do not know basic human comprehension wording. When people say the Imperium are the good guys, they more or less say protagonist. Because, spoiler alert, a lot of people don't want to fucking say the word protagonist because a good guy is easier. And usually the good guy is, in most of stuff, the protagonist. So when people say the Imperium are good guys, they mean that. There's also the fact that compared to the rest of the fucking faction, specifically their enemy, Chaos, they look like saints. You know, you know you're bad when somebody who in any other setting would be the bad guy, they're the good guy. You know, it's quite astronomically funny that people do not get that people have that logical dissonance. You know, it's quite fascinating to see. So when and then people are then these people like to falsely accuse them of being Yahtzee supporters or right wing. I got called right wing. I'm left. I'm like center left, but mostly left leaning. I'm left leaning. I'm more centered, but center left, let's say. And I said, yeah, the Imperium, the good guys, and they called me a fucking fash. I'm just like, what? And the topic was the Imperium are bad, and I'm just like, no, the topic was, no, that's not that. The topic was how Chaos is actually better, and I'm just like, and my point was that, you know, there are demons of excess who literally fucking. You read the Fulgrim novel, alright? And you get to the Maraviglia part, which I'm gonna spoil you, was basically, you know, a giant fucking Roman party, quote unquote, where demons were spawning out of people's orifices, you know, that, which is chaos, by the way. The artist who was basically corrupted by Slanesh created an art painting of Fulgrim using coom, using shit and blood, you know, and they say Chaos is actually the good guy. What the actual fuck? And I just tell them that, And I'm like, comparing to chaos, Imperium to chaos makes the Imperium the good guys by default. Like, they are the good guys because they're fighting an even worse fucking bullshit. Which is an objective truth. Like, in any other setting, in any other fucking IP, the Imperium would be the evil guy. You know? And case closed. Yes, I would agree. If you use D&D terms, like, they're lawful evil. Well, the faction. Not everyone in there. However, you're saying that chaos is bad. They're morally superior. That's where I'm looking at you. I'm like, are you? I'm literally looking at you and holding back, calling you brain dead. That's when I genuinely get fucking sus at you, because at that point, you're somebody who you're probably somebody who never left their high school phase, and you read the Anarchist Cookbook, especially if you say that the Gene Stealer cults. Because, you know, they're fighting tyranny, you know, they are all factory workers and shit like that, and they're fighting tyranny. You know, that's the people I'm saying. However, they're conveniently ignoring the fact that they're all brainwashed, religious alien cultists, whose mothers were without consent put their gene material in them to birth monsters, and your whole fucking point of existence is to destabilize the fucking planet, so that the alien monsters from outside of galaxy comes to that planet and eats everybody, and then you fucking get you're like psychically connected to your quote-unquote leader, which is a giant fucking alien that you're worshipping as that brainwashed you. You know? And I'm just like, huh. Yeah, and you think they are the better ones? You know? And people do not understand. And that's where the very, how do I call, the very, very, very politically brain-rotted people, let's say the fellow lefties of mine, who are gung-ho, make America communist. Meanwhile, me from the former communist country, I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, Yugoslavia was a better communist country than the USSR and everything, but we had our own little fucking fuck-ups here and there, but it's mostly because Tito had a brain a little bit, but there were still fucking problems. Like, for instance, nobody could leave Yugoslavia in the 60s and 70s. My mom didn't saw a banana till she was like 20 something, because at the 80s period people could leave Yugoslavia and they went to Germany, West Germany that time, to buy bananas because you couldn't buy them in Yugoslavia. No capitalism, you know. You know, there were still some fucking issues with Yugoslavia. That was also for communist countries, but even worse. You know, at least we had something. They didn't at all. Shit, look up what the Soviets did to Hungary. Look up. They literally fucking waltzed in with tanks and started in the 50s. Like, shit. There's a reason why Tito told Stalin no and to fuck off. And yet, the Westerners who simp for communism and stuff like that, God fucking almighty. And that's thankfully all on Twitter. They're isolated, and thank fuck, because if it was actually the depiction of how it is in America, I will tell my godparents to fucking get the fuck out of there ASAP. But yeah, that's the people who basically also try to teach you that Not what you think of Warhammer is wrong, only they are superior and stuff like that. They have like egos of a magnitude of whatnot. Like I never seen bigger egos than from them. I genuinely haven't. And that's why I barely interact with Warhammer Twitter now. Or, online community in general. It's a fun fact, a lot of them are like that. I'm not saying everyone is like that, but a lot of them are. Reddit was like the quasi-safest place, and even then it's now started to become like that, and I'm just like, fucking hell. That's why I don't even post memes on Grimdank anymore. I'm very reluctant to do it. I made some memes, but I looked at it and like and the recent stuff what was happening there. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? This is a subreddit for memes, for funnies, and you turn it into and you get offended by somebody making fun of someone in a very funny way, not a derogatory or hateful way. It's just making fun of someone or specific people who don't get the point.
It's so fucking stupid.
Like everybody is just pissing themselves, shitting themselves, crying because they didn't agree with their lore, or they didn't, or they found, or the guy found out that they were not they misinterpreted that rule wrong, or whatever. I've seen people literally get pissed, literally throw a shit fit for, I shit you not, because they failed a charge roll and they wanted to reroll even after they used the reroll. I shit you not, that's the type of people I'm seeing more. And I'm just, what the fuck is wrong with this place? Then I see people bitching about how their models refresh was sucked, i.e. Blood Angel players. And I'm just like, yeah, it's lackluster, but it's still not that bad. It could have been worse, and honestly, like, it's not that bad. Like, I have the new Sanguinary Guard. One of the biggest fucking shitstorms they said was the fucking masks, and I think the masks look fucking good. They're like proper death masks. Most of these people genuinely have never fucking looked at a death mask in their life. Which is quite funny, because they are very much on point like Mycenaean Greek death masks. Like, have you ever not seen the fucking, one of the most famous pictures ever to be fucking taken, the Mask of Agamemnon? And just like, you look at that, and yeah, that is a death mask, and that's how they should look like. That's the point. You know? But people didn't like it. The wings, yeah, I get it. I am also in the corner of they should not have fucking ripped the wings off. Yeah. However, I know that they did it because it was getting away in the way of the spears. However, you could have fucking sculpted that very much. You have professional sculptors; they would have definitely figured shit out. But I digress. I shit you not, I don't have any gold anymore. Wow. Okay. I thought this bottle had something. This jug had something, but it didn't, so... Wrap my back up. There we go. And now we're doing the trims. God save my soul. The trims. Just basically a lot of this. Here we go. Where's my... Where did I put the fucking brush? Am I stupid? Did I just fucking... Yeah, there it is. Wow, I'm stupid.
Right, so I'm not gonna put it in my palette because I'm just gonna directly get it from the pot. I'm gonna wet the brush, grab a smidge, close it so it doesn't dry up, and then straight from the pot start to do this. And I'm now gonna mostly focus on the Lord, because if I try to do the rest of the miniatures, I won't finish anything, and I want to finish something before I end the stream. You know? Will I do it? Probably not. Hey Badger. I don't know how long you've been here, but I've been shitting about Warhammer Twitter. And people in general. Yeah. Here's the thing. Like I said, those people who created shit fits on Twitter and stuff like that, ironically, those people who everybody blames at, they only react. Now, there's some, not all of them, but not a small amount of them as well. Once the regular bitches basically left and went to like Blue Sky and shit like that, I shit you not, it became much more calmer. It became much more calmer. Like, I haven't heard any drama about Warhammer for a year now. Shit. Like, genuinely. Then again, I genuinely became fucked off from there. Just got in and had to help my parents. Hey, no worries, man. Yeah, basically I'm constantly opening and closing the pot. I'm doing it like that. It's chaos. Like, they have a metric shit ton of trim. Like, I have to fucking be using this little brush. You constantly clean it as well. You know, eventually after some time I have to get it in the water to just remove all of the fucking paint so it doesn't destroy my bristles, you know. It has. I still see few out, thankfully, but I thank Blue Sky from taking them. Yeah, exactly. Like, and speaking of Blue Sky, like I nearly fucking gave up on that site. Like, the only thing why I still have it is for two reasons. One, so that nobody impersonates me on there. But the second reason is Warhammer stuff, because apparently there's a good community there. I can just post my pictures and people will see them. And since I am writing now lore scripts again, yes, Warhammer lore is back. I'm redoing all of my first videos that I posted on my original channel. Expecting to go private very soon and redone. Because I have read a lot more books, you know? I've read up on stuff, and I'm now even more knowledgeable for it. Plus, Warhammer VTubers are a thing apparently, so I'm gonna jump on the fucking trend. Because I'm pretty much one of the original fucking Warhammer VTubers. I'm not shitting you. I posted my first vids in fucking 2021, and when I got my fucking PNG, I posted it, and it was still like in the same year. You know? I think the videos are still there, shit. But yeah, they are. I didn't delete them whatsoever. And like I learned better audio quality and stuff like that, so the videos are gonna be way better sounding, because
even though I'm gonna use my model for you know, for the video and stuff like that, a lot of people who listen to those videos are like me, who paint and listen, and if they want to watch, they want to watch, you know. So I don't mind it. Like I'm the same guy, so I'm making content that I personally would watch, and I usually do that all the time. Like, it's something that I am interested in, it's something that I would watch for myself, and I advise a lot of VTubers who, if they ask me, but please don't ask me, like, I'm not successful. I'm just saying my opinion on it, that make content that you like, that you would watch, because you're pretty much probably not the only fucking person in the world for that who would probably watch that, unless it's a very super extra niche thing, but that's rare on itself. Yeah, but yeah, Tilliar, that's why I only have Blue Sky. I pretty much completely abandoned that site. The fact, my opinion, I have 300 followers there. Like, I'm near 1-to-1 on fucking Blue Sky as on Twitter. You know, the fact that none of them, a lot of people don't get notifications on that. You know, nor they see it because the non-existent algorithm is wank. Now, I get some people out of principle don't want to be on the same fucking site, which Elon ruined objectively. Like, Twitter was a shitty place even back then, even before him. It is more even so now. However, I respect those who did that, and and the most important part, they stood by their word. I'm someone who I know you. You know, I talked with you before, so I know your personality and whatnot. If that's when I don't mind that, or I still have my respect. I don't at all respect people who threw a hissy fit and went to Blue Sky, and when Blue Sky's growth and didn't become popular anymore, then you came back to Twitter. I'm just like, your principles are lame. When I say something, I actually do it. Like, for instance, my family and I decided to fast every Friday, and I took a step further, because here in Serbia, fasting is you basically don't eat any animal produce bar fish. I go completely vegan on Fridays. And not only that, I eat extremely less. I fast. I don't eat animal produce at all on Fridays, and I fast. Like, I barely eat. I eat, and when I do, I don't eat a lot, you know? And I've been doing that for years now. And my mom, basically, by her own words, she has newfound respect in me because I said that, I did it, and I stuck by it. You know, positive encouragement, you know, as a parent. Yes, I'm 27, but my mom still lives. I'm always gonna be her fucking baby boy, no matter how old I am. But also, if you think that is cringe, you didn't have a good fucking childhood. Or you didn't have it all good parents. And if you think that is bad, you're lying. You would also very much like for your parent to praise you. Let's be real and honest with you, y'all. Let's be real and honest. A lot of people project at this time. Like, let me just shake this a little bit up. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to clean the pot under it, because it is gonna be that little bullshit thing that these GW pots do. There's this fucking trim in between the joints of the leg where the thigh and the shin connect. There's this little fucking thing. Now I'm not gonna be too fucking pedantic on it. I'm gonna put paint on it because it's silver, so it can be seen. But for instance, something that is far under here, I'm not touching it because I can't see it. But
If I can't see it, you can't see it. Especially when we're playing the game, when I'm looking top down. Because here's the thing, I like my models to look good. I want my painting to improve. Yes, of course, everybody who does a hobby, especially if they're doing some art stuff, would like to do that. However, I have zero intentions on doing commissions or
what's it called? Or going to painting competitions. Not saying that they're bad nor they're cringe. I think they're lovely. Lovely. I am very much pro for that because it's promoting artistic expression. And I get to see very nicely painted stuff. You know? I like it. It is good. It is good. Art therapy is also excellent.
I know the reason when I told my therapist that I paint miniature and stuff like that, he highly encouraged it because I have depression. I have depressive disorder, everyone. I am not gonna shy. My parents kinda get mad at me for being open about it. It's Balkan stuff. But it's okay to not be okay, but at the same time, like, there's a reason why art therapy exists. It's an actual thing. Like, doing something creative, stuff like that, helps your brain. And if you have MDD, I always suggest this. And I'm gonna be fucking honest. Whenever I have the fucking chance to recommend this hobby, I fucking do it. I already got like 3 people hooked on it. I am the sole reason that 3 people don't have money to buy cigarettes anymore. Which is fucking great because I hate smoking. I hate smoking. My mom was a chain smoker and lost her teeth because of that. And I would always fucking, whenever I had the chance, throw her packs of cigarettes in the fucking furnace. I was merciless, and I still am. If she started smoking again, I would do that. Sure, I would get the Balkan sun treatment, but I would do that 110%, and I will not regret it. Kids, plastic crack is addictive. Yes, it is, and you should join it because here's the thing: it's better than actual fucking addictive stuff.
Your parents will be glad that you don't have money to buy alcohol or cigarettes or drugs. Why? You spent it all on this. And you develop your mortar skills.
Ugh. The Serbian in me got out when I said mortar. Motor skills.
And you develop artistic stuff. You do art. This is technically art. People would say, hello, this is not art and shit like that. Bro, I am painting something on this bitch. Like, if that's not art, nothing is. Like, people would say, yeah, that's not art, you're not drawing something or sculpting it or yada yada yada. But fuck you. My canvas is just pre-made, that's all.
You know? Instead of having a fucking flat canvas, you know? I have a fucking mini human that I'm gonna paint. Okay, what the fuck is this? Yeah, here's the reason why I'm saying. Alright, I'm just gonna scoop this up from the back.
Then I'm gonna grab this again. I'm gonna scrape it off because this will be a trouble. This would be a troublesome. I'm not joking. This will coagulate because, spoiler alert, paint thickens while drying, and then it will clog it up, and I wouldn't be able to close it properly. If I can't close it properly, guess what happens to the paint? It dries up. And this paint is like 5 fucking euros. Almost. You know? So I won't in hell let 5 euros of paint dry up on me. Oh shit, it nearly got in the bristles. Phew, nearly. The paint was dangerously low on the brush. I did not like that. Never let the paint go in the bristles. And when I mean bristles, it's this little, the bottomest part. Because if it does, your brush will lose its sharp tip and separate. It will separate worse than a French prostitute. Than a French prostitute's legs. You know? There we go. Where the fuck are you coming? Again, where does this paint just suck? Son of a bitch. Yeah, there we go. Found you. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna grab another brush and I'm gonna scope this off. Yeah, there we go. I found the issue. And now I'm using the brush to scoop it off. I'm gonna fucking put it in my palette. And wipe it off. There we go. There we go. Whew. Now what was I talking about again? Before the paint stuff. What was he talking about? Oh yeah, people bitching. Yeah. Like this whole fucking online community on Warhammer. Well, the bad apples, let's say, are just a good fucking social litmus test of who you are, for your patience and whatnot. And you get to learn the different types of asshole that exists in this fucking world. Because let's face it, Mike Tyson is being proven more and more and more right when he does say that people online act like assholes because there's no threat of them being decked in the schnoz. You know? Online anonymity is a drug, basically.
You know? You get empowered. Like, sure, it protects your privacy. I get that fully. Especially VTubing. However, it really enables you to fucking be the biggest fucking asswipe on this stupid planet that we live in, and you don't get repercussions. Far from it, you get rewarded in some cases. Yes, rewarded for being a dumbass.
You know? By getting in the fucking algorithm, propelled, get your 5 minutes of fame and all, and then you get to meet your other fellow little schizos, and then you form a community. When you then form a community of like-minded schizophreniacs, then you get trouble. Because then you become an echo chamber. Once you become an echo chamber and filled with like-minded people, which sometimes is not bad, and when I say sometimes, usually it isn't, but if it's like-minded assholes who are basically enabling you, saying yes, 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 yes to everything, then when somebody who has a brain comes in and says, what are you doing, that's stupid, they decide to, oh God almighty, throw the biggest shitfits out there on the planet. Like, don't get me wrong, I do like to cause some shit stirring. I like my shithousery. I am Balkan. I am Serbian. I am Yugoslavian. Yes, I actually am former Yugoslavian. Because I was born in '98, and Yugoslavia was still dead.
So therefore, I am actually, technically, Yugoslavian. An ethnicity that doesn't exist anymore. Jokes aside, it's not ethnicity, it's nationality, but you get my point. I'm taking a piss. For those who don't know, I'm taking a piss. But and it's in my nature to kind of stir shit, you know, because that's where I'm from, and possibly it's the funniest shit I have ever seen sometimes, because I'm a soon-to-be lawyer. I will professionally stir shit. And the funniest thing is, for me to do online at this point, is see actual fucking villains play their own game, but smarter, and watch them fucking all the damn time. Scream. It has been at this point a pastime hobby of mine, and I'm constantly like controlling myself, because here's the thing, I know for a damn fact I can argue them. I generally am. 90% of them, yes, because 90% of them are actually fucking brain dead, stupid. They act like they're smart, but they aren't. You know? That's the worst kind of fucking villain, you know? The one who is always better than you, but when you show you have a half of a brain compared to their lack of brain cells, all of a sudden you're shaitan. You know, you're sotana to them. And the best way for them is to then... And here's the thing. Here's some little tactics how... Because even if it's online, it's a shit that happens in real life a lot. So I'm gonna teach you all how to deal with that, because you know they like to falsely accuse you of some stuff. Specifically, they like to accuse you of of a certain thing,
and I don't just mean Yahtzee, but general, try to paint you as a bad person, a morally bad person, using arguments that usually stir emotions on people, you know? A negative that collectively as a society we decided that were bad, and then they somehow connect that because the only thing that they have a brain for is ruining someone's fucking life, and you are gonna have that person. Sadly, it's an inevitability that, and a person will find that kind of a type of a person at least once in their life, hopefully. But they do exist. So this is how you so you have to be very careful of what you're saying. But online, it's even easier to prove yourself that you are in that or you're right, by being fucking just careful. And I don't mean just cause shitsters. Like there are points where you just cannot deal with their bullshit, and so you have to react. Now, if they target you specifically, yes, defend yourself, of course. Don't be a fucking wuss. Defend yourself, especially if they're falsely accusing you of something. You have the full right to do that. You have to do it in a way that it's not stooping to their level. Don't fucking do low-hanging fruit stuff. Then you will, because here's the thing with online-ish stuff is that negative stuff is far more shared than positive. It just straight up is. And honestly, it's not the site's fault. It's human nature. Human nature is exactly like that. We all remember, and it's an evolutionary thing, because here's the thing. I'm very sure that a lot of you who are watching or listening the stream or the pod, I guarantee you all can name at the top of your head 5 bad things that happened to your life and almost instantly. However, you're gonna take some time to remember the good stuff. You know? And it is exactly a human nature. It is an evolutionary thing. It's an actual defense mechanism for those who don't know. Because if we didn't remember the bad stuff very vividly and better and long lasting, humans would not survive. Like, for instance, Big Bear can eat Dan before. Ergo, don't be near bears. If we didn't have that, we would always try to pet the bear, and then the bear would eat us. You know, I'm also giving a gross oversimplification of this, mind you, but it is exactly that. It's an evolutionary thing. It's a defense mechanism, how we survived as a species. That's why people, and sadly, that's how internet thing works. Like the trick with social media is it wants you to stay there and use it, and an algorithm is made for that specific purpose, and the algorithm isn't an entity. It doesn't think. It bases itself on the user base. So Twitter promoting negative stuff always is not because Twitter is a shit-stained site, but it's because we humans are shit. But bear friendship, yes, and the bear can maul you as well. You know? But yeah, that's the point. It's not because Twitter is a shit-stained site and people are somehow saying that it was always good before Elon, and I'm just like, oh fuck no. Are you fucking kidding me? Had Twitter even before Elon had the reputation of being the shittiest site on the fucking on this god-given plane of existence. But I digress.
It's because we humans just remember better negative stuff. We react to negative stuff better. And here's the thing, a lot of people who are assholes, they somehow
always are smart in the case of being assholes. That's where they're geniuses. Assholes are geniuses when causing shit to someone. You know? They're absolute geniuses. When they have to think about ruining someone, you know? And I'm not thinking about any specific person, mind you, in this case. I'm not. For those who are thinking. I'm not. I'm just giving you a broad example because I've seen it a couple of times.
I've seen it in Warhammer Twitter as well. There's also the honest to God problem with tribalism. And it's more prevalent, honestly, like it's even worse in America and Western states from what I saw than Eastern Europe. Like, I know, I'm being extremely ironic because, Serbian, you know, the Balkans, ethnic tensions and whatnot. You know, and you'll be right. However, we aren't always at odds. It's one thing that people really do not understand. We don't necessarily hate each other. We remember what each other's people did because we have very long-lasting memories, generational memories, to say the least. But it's not necessarily that. We far more agree on the stuff than we don't. And I'm giving you in America as a broad example. I see that. It's the opposite. I've seen right now America is in that phase where even if you remotely disagree on someone, they get either extremely insulted, they try to label you as an enemy, and and there's no discussion. Now, I'm not gonna say that everything should be discussed is prone to discussion. There's some very, very hard line stuff like basic human rights and shit like that. That is non-negotiable. However, Pozma, što sam propustio. Serem se po Warhammer Twitteru i Twitteru generalno. Sad ćeš da vidiš ja kako serem. I flexujem malo moje obrazovanje. What was I about to say? Yeah. But in America, in Western society in general, I see you don't agree with me with my take one. Therefore, you're insert this, insert this, insert this, insert this, and then all of a sudden, people who always look to fight to morally grandstand jump in and start labeling you this and this and this and that and that and that, and then you're at the point where they're basically calling you a Nazi, you know, or whatever the insult they fucking make. I genuinely do understand how people just, especially Americans, so lightly throw that accusation everywhere, like ped, Yahtzee, big, whatever. It's so fucking, it's so eye-opening to see how people just devalue the term. Ja stvarno ne mogu da verujem koliko jebate majore, Stefane, to si ti naravno, samo ljudi počnu da bacaju reč nacista, bigota, Maska iz Republike Srpske, ako se ne varam. Jebeni Bosanac. Jokes aside.
And it devalues everything. Like, I'm serious. You know, even throwing the Roman salute, you know, it is it is what it is. Like, it is what it was. Like, I'm not gonna argue. It was that. However, because in America, the Americans now have this stereotype now where they just casually throw that around to anything they remotely disagree on. It has become that I second guess everything. Da, to je uvijek bilo, ali sada je još gore, sada je stvarno zastupljeno. Ja stvarno ne mogu da verujem kada neko se stvarno da je to stvarno ili ne. Da li neko samo jede govno zato što su mu osjećančica povređena ili zato što ima mali penis, ja nemam pojma, ali jebe mu mater, brate, ne kapiram ih. For those translations, like, I don't know why they do that. Either they have a small pee-pee or something like that, or their fifis are hurt. But like I said, it's so devalued now that even if they're probably right, I second guess it. When you start to second guess some serious stuff when people are throwing, at that point you fucking failed. Like, I am being now remotely serious. If I have to second guess something that should be obvious, but because everybody starts to fling that shit all the damn time, if I'm starting to second guess it, myself, I'm using only myself because I'm looking out for myself, at that point, you fucked up. There's something wrong then with your behavior, your society as well, because it's becoming a Western thing. Like, I would totally not be surprised the French do it, because they're French.
Ma, ja kažem, ako je tako, tako je zbog toga što nisu dovoljno bitko. Ne. Ja ne podržavam to. To možeš lako da vas pitaš bez toga. Ali ja se slažem da ima neki ljudi koji trebaju da dobiju prut. Sorry, I'm just fixing some stuff behind the camera. Shit. The paint dried up on the brush, therefore I have to clean it before it ruins the brush. Said, it is just a bad thing when that happens. Like, I should not be second guessing some obvious signs. However, because everybody is now accusing everybody left and right for that, I don't know what to think of it. I don't know what to think of it. And I am most gonna not believe it, because why would I? Why would I waste my time to check whether what you're saying is true or not? Because a lot of people at this point are just apathetic. Like, we're all in this little planet here, and everybody has this their own issues, and you're gonna go like, well, how can you not care about this? And the average Joe is just gonna be like, dude, I don't care. I have bills to pay. I have to think how I will pay my rent tomorrow and stuff like that. You know? Like, people online really are at this point like disconnected from the world. Like, these people Slut. Desi zanima, serem se po Amerima.
Koji su na Twitteru. Like, people who are chronically online. Alright? Let's go with that. People who are terminally online. They're acting like they don't live on the same planet. Like, dude. What you're saying, like, it's literally like, dude, what you're saying does suck and all. But why are you talking to me about that? I have rent to pay tomorrow, and I have bigger needs to fucking
to Sir answering.
Jedno i drugo, pošto je došao Steph. Both because Major here came by, and I just like whenever I see a fellow kebab enjoyer. I speak in both languages. Bu arada yazık olurum tabii kebap oldu. There you go. I painted this red because why wouldn't I paint it red? Alright. Back to the gold.
Lol. Yeah. Like, it's so stupid. I'm gonna steal that. Yeah, cheer up, enjoyer. Like, all the people on Twitter, really, who are throwing hissy fits and stuff like that, when they're acting like
and they are pretty much dissociated from the rest of the globe. Because let's be honest here, let's be honest. A lot of them really are disconnected. Like, your average Joe won't care what's happening another part of the globe. Because he has, like, yeah, and he has to think how he will pay rent, or how will he stay afloat, or how will he still have a job tomorrow. Like, and the problem is that those people who are like that, they are more and more just alienating everyone. Like, genuinely alienating. Because then you get called names and whatnot throughout.
And just like, well, fuck me, I guess. Then, and when you start going with insults, low-hanging fruit insults specifically and stuff like that, accusing them left and right, you lost them at that point. You could have convinced them, but you didn't. You know, you did a disservice to whatever you're talking about. Like, and it's most of the time it's just people who don't talk with people in real life. Like, I genuinely do not understand that, but can't get kiss sera. You know? I forgot to use the black paints because there's the undersuit. There we go.
And again, I probably will never understand that. Like I said, those people are
at that point extremely dissociated with reality. And I'm not gonna bother listening to them. Like I said, I have more pressing matters than to get in a fight with somebody who wants to have a fight because they have nothing to do in their life other than fight with people and argue with people on fucking Twitter. Just my brother, sister, non-binary, and Christ, I don't care now. Like, you had the chance to talk with me about whatever you're interested in, what you're trying to say, but then the moment you fucking throw insults, accusations, and shit like that, like I am, or just act like a fucking asswipe in general, at that point, you just lost my interest. Like, I genuinely, at that point, just don't care whatever you say. You could be right, but I just don't care what you're saying now. Like, you completely, and a lot of people, both ironically left and right, do not understand that. They just throw insults because they can't control their emotions. I'm just like, and it just makes me feel like, you know, the more I think about and the more I'm seeing this, the more past Vex, that was at the lowest point of his depression, was kind of right that the emotions are fucking worthless. But that is also a very no thought, and do not think like that, because I was like that, and that was stupid. I'm saying past Vex was stupid. Oh yeah.
Those were fun times, but at the same time, like, you just can't help but think that at this point, it's gotten to a point where shit will happen, and nobody will profit from it other than people who just already stir shit, you know? Because why wouldn't they? You know, they're gonna win something out of that. Always think about why they're saying this. Because actions speak louder than words. If they're looking at their numbers and boasting about it, and they openly say that they're doing this for eyes and stuff like that, like there's some people who blatantly said they're doing this for clout,
and people completely ignore it because they're saying the things they want people to say. I'm just like, my brother. It was funny before, now it's cringe.
and I'm saying this to everyone. Don't fucking do that. Like, when you start like throwing, I'm speaking, and Zima and Stefan here will confirm with me. Once you start like throwing fucking like ethnic or,
you know, just bigoted insults and stuff like that, you know, once you fucking go full on racist or homophobic or whatever the fuck, once you start acting like that, you just don't fuck. The people will just not listen to you at that point. Like, you're just gonna be shut down completely. Like, you're just gonna be laughed at, told to fuck off, and that's it. It just doesn't make sense. But no, people need to argue. I hate that, but it's what it is. Because some people just do not know how to act. And that's why I'm happy, like, the Warhammer community is, like, purging itself with these types of people, or they just stopped. Like, it's just so good when I'm seeing that right now.
like, I still don't understand why people use Twitter to look at. Like, I get people posting their miniatures on Twitter and stuff like that, but Reddit pretty much took over that. So the only thing you'll see now is some other stuff, and I personally would like to see for Warhammer like more like lore discussions and stuff like that.
You know, fun theory crafting, or do like shit like that. That is peak. Like, some people are hella creative, extremely creative. Approved when I see that. However, some people just cannot help themselves. Some people just cannot help themselves. But it's mostly probably... Actually, no, it's not age, because I'm fucking 27. I've seen people on Twitter who are older than me act like actual fucking kids. Jebote kada vidiš nekog ko ima 30 i nešto godina, ono, stariji od tebe, bog zna koliko dugo. Se ponaša, se svađa kao jedno malo detence oko banalne stvari, ili zato što je nas, or they fell for bait, literal bait, no, naseo je na zajebanciju i gotovo.
Like, you're fucking older than me. I'm 27. When you're older than me, you're like near your 30s, man, like me. It's just like, dude, grow the fuck up. Like, I've seen some painters who on Twitter ruin their own rep because they just argue on Twitter. Like, sure, they gotten more followers because of that, but then nobody will fucking look at your miniatures that you God knows how long took you to paint, and they're just gonna be there to watch you fight again with someone. Like, there are astronomically a lot of people who have a following that just only interacts when you argue. Like when you're being an actual dick, because they're dicks themselves. And I'm just like, dude, you're basically trying to be a creator, right? You're trying. You're doing something, and then you saw, you know, the algo popping off because you were acting like a dick. It's rewarding you, but then you think it's rewarding you, but it's not, because people then don't come to watch your content or even watch you. They came to watch you argue. Like, there's also like the fact that there are people, I am not kidding you, there are people who actually search stuff, situations, topics, whatever, just to get mad at. I will never understand that. You are deliberately looking for something that is actually angering you, actually fucking making you feel bad, deliberately. For what? Like, it's like it's an axioma. No, axioma is when something doesn't need to be proven. You know, it's a fact. It's a fact that you cannot disprove. Like 1 + 1 is 2. Let's just go here. It's completely contradictory and illogical, because usually people don't try to find shit that makes them angry. You know, because it's bad for your health, mental, physical. There are people who do that. There are genuinely people who do that. And it's mind-boggling to me. It's genuinely mind-boggling to me. Like, I don't want that. I'm not actively searching it. When I reply to something that pisses me off, here's the fun fact. It actually fucking popped up. And it pissed me off, and I wanted to comment on it. But I'm not actively searching for it. Because why would I? Why would anyone fucking do that? You know, why would anybody who is actually sane in the head would do that? Riddle me that, Batman. I'm literally asking questions. Why would they do that? It's more of me, it's not me, you know, chatting shit. It's genuinely asking a question. Why? I don't have the answer. Maybe someone in here probably does. Because I pray to God you do. I love how the fact that this whole topic just de-evolved with me just chatting shit about people complaining how the new edition of one of the games I'm playing is ruined because they added new rules. To people just being on Twitter. But it is like a good fucking topic to talk about, honestly, in my opinion. Like, if it's a good topic to have a healthy discussion on. I'm being dead serious. Like, it's actually a okay topic, just because people don't know how to fucking do it. Maybe I am not doing it right as well, but if I don't speak, I won't learn. If I don't learn, I repeat the mistake. And it's not like I'm being hateful, I'm just calling out people being cunts, that's it. Whew, alright. Okay. Actually, I forgot to paint the belt. So, moving my skin paint to this, to the red. Because this is technically the belt. I want it to be red. I want to remove all the red in here, and then I'm gonna go back with the Acadian flesh tone, grab it, and I'm gonna paint the pipes that are here and make it look like mutations, because he's technically like, in my little canon for my own homebrew, is this guy has a demon in him, forcefully put in demon, and that makes having like this like flesh pipes also makes sense, you know, because it's demons, it's weird warp fuckery, everyone, and because of that I get a pass, because it's the warp, it's mutations, it's weird space magic that defies physics, you know, that's right. And also demons, you know, demons. You know, when you add that excuse, demons, demonic possession, and it's like, fine, you win. It's an instant win for any lore grognards who take offense when you do that, because it's demons. It's the warp. Literally anything can happen. When you're in the realm where demons exist and live, but also number 2, and most importantly, the realm where literally tells time to go fuck itself while laughing at it in its face, you just have a free pass to do whatever you fucking want. I probably saw the chat move, but can't see. So. Plus, I have barely any light. There's a shadow, which is preventing me to see my paintbrush. Literally, can't see it because my shit eyesight. Chorava sambab. Honestly, not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Once it's shaded, it actually will look pretty nice, honestly. Could I say so myself? Next, I'm now gonna grab some green again, but only to paint the grenade that is on his side. You won't fall. we go. It's painted. Next, we're gonna paint the orange bits. Yeah, I'm just gonna straight up gonna say I'm gonna paint the fucking claws orange. I won't glaze or anything. I'm straight up painting them orange. Like demon essence, and like it. I mean, he has a demon in him, of course, so kind of makes sense. Right, they will just hellfire orange. I'm using Troll Slayer orange because it's my favorite color. Yes, orange is my favorite color. It's not purple. It's my purple is my second color. People really this shade of orange is the favorite color. God, I love orange. I'm getting the fucking stims. Even though I'm not autistic. I'm getting the stims just by looking at it. Oh boy. I didn't paint this? Oh shit, I didn't paint most of the metallics. The right claw still has like primer on it. I thought I got it, but I didn't actually. Holy shit, okay. We'll fix that after this dries. It's not the end of the world, literally, so I can literally fix that just as it dries. I wanted to wait for it to dry, just in case. Nothing wrong for waiting for the paint to dry up a little bit so you don't fuck up something. Yeah, let's get back to gaming wise stuff. So Warhammer also had Skulls. Skulls is basically a Warhammer festival that Games Workshop promotes. Video games, their IPs, video games. So there was a leaked model for, and I started off the stream by saying it's really sucked arse, and it did. It really did. They were only saved by the fact that Boltgun 2 is coming. So yeah, there's a sequel to Boltgun, the retro shooter for Games Workshop, which is based Fuck yeah. Give me more of that, please. You know, I have bolt gun 1, which I need to finish, and we will probably do. We probably will finish. I'm gonna play it. Well, the next stream is still gonna be painting, because I want to finish the Raptors. But after that, we're gonna play bolt gun because it's fun. It's a boomer shooter. It is pure masculinity incarnate. And as a man, I must like it. And I do like it. Because it lets me shoot funny pew-pew sounds. Plus, I grew up on Doom. Like, Doom 1 and 2. I grew up on those little fucking boomer shooters, as they're called now. And pixelated bullshit. I grew up on that. Even though I was born in '98. I grew up on that shit. Because Serbia, well, was kind of late to the party with some stuff. Kind of yeah, Boltcom 2, extremely fun. And for once, it's not gonna be a Nurgle enemy or Zinj. It's gonna be Korn! Finally, when's the last time we seen Korn? Since Space Marine 2, he was not ever the main antagonist. I can't believe it. And it kinda, like, here's the thing, I kinda know, it kinda makes sense that they always, 9 times out of 10, throw in Nurgle. Because Nurgle can just pop up out of nowhere. Like, literally, he can pop out of nowhere. He has the most fucking cultists. Like, Korn is technically, currently, the strongest Chaos Lord. For now. Because I'm gonna be, as the Resident Lore guy here, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. In the long run, Slaanesh is gonna be the one. Because Slaanesh is not, you know, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Even though, yes, it also is that. It's excess. In Nurgle, excess of stagnation. Excess of, you know, they're excessive. They're excessively happy about getting literally turned into, they're excessively happy of shitting themselves. I'm not kidding. Zinj excessively tries to fucking change reality, change fate and shit like that. Korn, excessively violent. You know? And that all feeds Slaanesh. So Slaanesh will, at the end of the day, win. That's why all the Chaos Gods kinda have beef with Slaanesh. Like Korn, obviously. Nurgle, he also kinda makes sense because Slaanesh also kinda doesn't like stagnation. Like Slaanesh doesn't like stagnation like what Nurgle likes. You know? Okay, I'm using Xander Dust as a replacement for Shopty Bone. And when I get to Shopty Bone, I'm gonna paint over it. You know? As I can. God damn right. I haven't painted the fucking spikes on the skulls. Fucking weird. So Slaanesh will win at the end, but I digress. Korn has the most easy implementation ever. Everybody got fucking angry. That's it. There are murder cults all over the place. Okay. Easy antagonist. But back to the point. Skulls was also saved by Allcat with the announcement of Dark Heresy. I'm ignoring the Dark Tide stuff because the Arbites class is great. They're extremely great. Even though I am technically still in the fucking creator program, but Pat Shark really is slow with this. But I'm getting the law student in me loves the Arbites. You can probably guess why I like the Arbites. And everyone who has a law degree and is in the hobby loves Arbites. We really like the Arbites. Sometimes we wish we were the Arbites. Especially the judges. Those who are judges and in the hobby, they really sometimes wish they're the Adeptus Arbites. Because sometimes they're fucking right. Not always, but sometimes. Especially when it comes to the PDF, you know, sometimes that is approved, to acquaint them with Mr. Chippy. But yeah, back to the point. I really need to fucking read Judge Dredd. Like, I've seen the Sylvester Stallone movie. Not movie, film. I was saying I'm not American. And I was like, on it. Then I watched a couple of lore videos on it. And then I'm like, oh shit, this is actually better than I thought. Especially since Judge Dredd kind of inspired 40K a lot. Which is something. I don't know if Judge Dredd is still like an ongoing series or not. Because if so, I'm definitely gonna pick up the fucking comic books. Like, I am dead serious. I want to read Judge Dredd now. It's something of a in the back burner of mine. Like, I'm busy like reading the Ultimate Marvel Universe because I'm back in the comics, and since they're still cucking Peter, with MJ and now with the Venom situation, MJ. I'm just like, with Paul still being a thing, because fuck you, Quesada and Zeb. There's a reason now that your wives divorced you, both of you. I wonder why. When you're taking it out on a fictional character, that goes way into your character now. The thing that really saved them was All Cat's Dark Heresy. A whole new game. Apart from Volcan. Like, and the update of Adeptus Arbites update DLC for Rogue Trader. So, same fucking studio is making 2 fucking games. And I get that they're very burnt out on Pathfinder. They said it themselves, they're burnt out on Pathfinder. Which is kind of sad, really, with Pathfinder starting to more and more blow up because Wizards and Hasbro apparently are allergic to money. But I digress. I wish there's a new Pathfinder game soon. Maybe it will be from Allcat, who knows, but they're burnt out on it, and I respect them as developers. They do their shit right. But Dark Heresy is gonna be quite fun. Is Paul still alive? Yes. Yes. And he got cucked by Venom. The only good thing about the Spider-Man series is now that spoiler alert, MJ is the new host for Venom. Yes, Venom. You know, the symbiote that traumatized her, gave her PTSD. Yeah, she is the new Venom, everybody. and I love him. Why? He cucked Paul. Because Paul really doesn't like technically another man is inside MJ. I'm just like, thank you, author, really. Because Venom is just like, why the fuck did you break up with Peter? He tried to save you everything and you're with him. It doesn't make sense. Venom just goes like that and he's not backing down from that. I'm just like, oh, thank God, this author has a brain. Oh, this editorial for Venom has a brain. But yeah, I'm just reading now the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Because this Peter Parker has a wife, kids, and all. And still he has the notorious Peter luck. He's on the... if people really think that Peter has to be always miserable, it's not that to be relatable. Like, you're fucking... you're sad individuals. And I'm saying about the editorial here, but people buy the comics, so people want that. And I think... And the editorial would not do that if people wouldn't buy the fucking comics. You know? But I humbly digress from that. Peter has a family with MJ and stuff like that, and he still has his notorious Peter Parker luck. He's currently on the run with his family. Why? Because the Sinister Six really want him dead. Well, not just that, but the Maker's little goons. And for those who don't know who the Maker is evil Reed Richards, evil Mr. Fantastic from the original Ultimate Universe that blew up, and he's partially the reason why it blew up. Suffice to say, the Maker is a really, really, really cuntish version of Reed Richards. Now the trick is, Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, in the comics, I don't know, I have not seen the Marvel film version of the Fantastic Four. Reed has always been a cunt. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of given, because he's literally the smartest person in the Marvel Universe. He is the smartest guy. Right behind him is like Tony Stark. Then there's Victor Von Doom. Ironically, Peter is in the top 5. Like, Peter is actually one of the smartest people in the Marvel universe. The trick is, like, I don't know. He is very smart, very resourceful, and he will do nuclear physics with you. He's very good at it. To the point where Reed Richards was extremely surprised when Spider-Man solved the fucking problem that he for some reason was having trouble with. It's a rare instance, because it's physics. Something that Peter is actually quite good at, which is kind of ironic. He's a great engineer as well, Peter. And Riri about... Who the fuck is Riri? Oh, you mean Ironheart? Because I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I fucking forgot Ironheart ever existed. Like, she was introduced as a replacement for Tony Stark after Civil War. One of the Civil Wars, I can't remember. One of them. Or somewhere after that fact, he fucking died. And then he became like a holographic AI ghost. I know. Ironheart, yeah. Well, she is kind of a smart character. Yes, but she is nowhere near as Stark, as Peter, as Reed. Definitely never as Reed Richards. Like, Reed Richards is always gonna be the smartest person in the Marvel universe. Like, I genuinely, and I'm being dead serious, I forget that she is a character. She doesn't have a series, I think, comic series at all.
she had it, then but now she doesn't. I genuinely don't think she's not even a current character anymore. Maybe sometimes when they remember she exists. Like, she had potential. Like, I'm being genuinely serious about this. I'm also unclogging the fucking paint, by the way. My paintball, for some reason, had paint dried in there. And I'm just, like, unclogging it as we speak. Hey, A7, I am bitching about comic book characters. She had the perfect potential to actually be a great character, but Marvel editorial will astronomically fumble the bag, just like with everything. And then all of a sudden they decided to fumble the bag on their flagship fucking character, Spider-Man. You know, I genuinely don't know. Maybe like Spider-Man sold so bad that the Amazing Spider-Man had to fucking reboot. You know, they had to redo everything with Peter fucking dying and becoming the Juggernaut. Yes, the last, before the new series, new volume, Peter became the fucking Juggernaut. Yeah, also, like, spoiler alert for the current Marvel Maven universe. Victor Von Doom, Doctor Doom, is now the Sorcerer Supreme. Yeah, Doctor Strange is also dead. He's a ghost. Because basically, for somebody to become the fucking... There's a tradition, basically, now, that for you to be the Sorcerer Supreme, you have to kill fucking Doctor Strange. But then he resurrects himself. Because he cannot die, essentially. He's Doctor Strange. You know? So his spirit now is currently floating about. He still appears with people, and he has a ghost pet beagle, which was his actual first pet. But that's beside the point. So at least he has a dog with him, which is great, and all. But yeah, Doctor Doom is now the Sorcerer Supreme. Yeah, Doctor Doom, you know. Probably the third smartest person in the fucking Marvel universe, who single-handedly also destroyed a multi-universe at one point. Yeah, no. And he didn't have the Sorcerer Supreme powers. He had the powers of a god, and the Sorcerer Supreme's powers are magic. So he is quite close to being god. And he has a god complex. Oh boy. So he basically didn't want to fucking fight because all Sorcerer Supremes have this obligation to send out to the end of the fucking universe to help to have a match with the cosmic entity that basically gives Juggernaut his powers. You know, Juggernaut is not a mutant. Actually, he kind of is, but he isn't. It's a very complex thing. Juggernaut is a way big of a fucking... Mr. Fantastic is the highest. Mr. Fantastic is always, and this is one of the things they won't ever budge on, is the smartest person in the Marvel universe. He is the smartest guy. Like, he is on the top. He is, and it's embodied with the fact that there is a cosmic entity, I'm fucking not joking, that is called Council of Reeds. No, it's not a stretch. Oh, fuck you, I just understood what you meant. Fuck off. There's a cosmic entity, basically a parliament, a council of Reed Richards. So every multiverse version of Reed Richards comes together and only does that when basically shit really hits the fan. Yeah, Council of Reeds, literally hundreds of Reed Richards, all in the same room. And yes, they're constantly fucking bickering which theory of physics is actually superior.
But they only combine themselves. They always. By the way, except for the main Reed Richards and the Maker, which is the evil Reed Richards, they all left their families, their own Susan Storms, except for the main Reed Richards, the new Ultimate Reed Richard, and the Maker. Because the Ultimate Reed Richards is Doctor Doom. There's a reason why he's the Doctor Doom, but. The Ultimate Universe is more grounded, it's dark as shit. I highly recommend people read the new Marvel Ultimate Universe. I am genuinely being serious here. Go read it. It's amazing. It's actually what people want. Like, for instance, Wolverine is the Winter Soldier. And no, it's not Bucky. It's Logan. It's just, he was in one point in the next mission captured by Colossus. Yes, Colossus, the X-Men, is the bad guy in Russia, and he got experimented on, and that's how and in Russia he got his adamantium skeleton. And yes, magic is there as well, because magic is always Colossus's biological sister. And they're evil. They're the evil guys. They work with the Maker. Why? I genuinely do not know. But they basically turn Wolverine into a living weapon. More than he is. And that comic is graphic as shit. Because the X-Men aren't actually mutants. It's some mutants and humans. Why are there some mutants? Because Wolverine kaputted them all, almost. Yes! A7, you're on the YouTube side, okay. Okay, I kind of finished this guy, and I'm gonna now proceed to shade him. Let's see. Aha! I did miss something. I'm an idiot. Where's my normal skin color? There we go. I know. It's just quite funny. But yeah. Yeah, so Ultimate X-Men isn't still out because they're running away from Wolverine. Also, Kitty Pryde is like Logan's main love interest in the Ultimate Universe. I know, some people who know, Kitty is basically a daughter figure for Logan. However, this Kitty Pryde is the same age as him. Well, physically, because Logan is kinda 100 years old. But this Kitty Pryde is far older than she is in the main universe. And she kinda jump-started his memories by phasing her hand through his skull and literally picking his brain. And somehow jump-started the programming that Wolverine has. And no, he's not a cyborg, he is literally brainwashed. But Colossus, dear fucking god. I know Colossus at one point was a villain for the X-Men. But he is a... And I don't know what they will do because Colossus is actually my favorite X-Men. I like him, he's very tanky and shit like that, and he's also like very relatable. I know he's based off a Russian, but he's more Serbian than Russian, which is kind of hilarious, but yeah. Oh yeah, also for those who don't know, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch in the main comics are actually Serbian. Yes, Sokolov is actually fucking Marvel version of Serbia. I'm not fucking joking. Why? Because Scarlet Witch goes back to her hometown, and it's literally like Sremska Mitrovica or something like that. You know, a place in fucking Serbia. The funniest thing is, They're Magneto's biological children. So, either their mom is Serbian or technically Magneto is Serbian. And I'm taking that dub. And as before you say Magneto is Jewish, yes I know, and we have Jewish people in Serbia, for fuck's sake. And they would gladly tell you they're Serbian. a Jewish Serbian, they would say. Alright, so now we are gonna shade everything. Alright, I'm gonna grab my shade paints, the two of them. Yes, there's only two, which we're gonna be using, and after that, it's probably gonna be end for this painting session. Next stream is gonna be also a painting session, and I'm gonna be yapping about shit. Again. When will it be? I genuinely don't know. I thought maybe tomorrow, but no. I'll have to see with some stuff. Because your boy is a busy boy. There we go, and we are just gonna lubricate everything. Use null oil, my child, for it is liquid talent. I am not shitting you. We call it literally liquid talent in the hobby. We genuinely call it that. It's hilarious, but it literally does make a paint job 10 times better once you shade it properly, which is something to say about painting in general. Shading bumps everything up, even when you're drawing. Like when you're just drawing it base, it's like okay, but when you shade it, add shading, shadows, oh boy, it bumps the art piece to the next level, everybody. And plus, like, it's late, and most importantly for me, it's fucking dark. And do you know what that means? Well, your boy has shit eyesight. So I wouldn't be able to see some stuff. When I'm painting. Like, I can barely see the small tip of this little blue brush. Because it's dark and I'm straining my eyes. And I don't want to strain my eyes. And I have to find some way to... I can't with my current living conditions. Specifically, and when I say living conditions, I mean literally my place of living. My flat, because I can't with the flat space I have currently do that. But I'm hoping they will finish my fucking flat. They moved the time frame for another year now, which is kind of sad, but also at the same time kind of glad, because I'll by then probably fucking graduate from university, and then I'll have lawyer money, and then I will buy the furniture and move in far faster. And then people are gonna be like, ooh, you live with your parents? Yes, and what not? And what? What's wrong with that? I'm still independent. And especially now in this economy, more and more people live with their parents now. So, shut up. And plus also, here in Serbia, it's far common. It's really common. Like my sister and my brother-in-law live with his parents. They have 2 kids. One, my brother-in-law is a doctor. She's a banker. The trick is that they built a whole new house. 2 floors. The bottom one was for their parents, and the top one is for theirs, and they have like another extra floor as well. Actually, fuck it, I'm gonna shade the skin as well. With normal oil. Fuck it. I wanted to shade it purple, but it probably wouldn't work. But shading it with null oil instead would actually work wonders. So I'm just gonna grab all of the fucking pooling stuff here, because I don't want it to pool. There we go. Oh shit, we don't see it. No, I'm not gonna let you spill, you little bastard. And you'll be wondering, why are you shading the purple? Shading the orange? It should be glowing. Demonic blade, demonic possession, you know, demonic shit. I don't know. It's the warp. Therefore, I have a perfect excuse. You do not. Objection, the warp. Sustained. Which is kind of ironic because there's a rule called sustained hits currently. 40k. So. There we go. Just gonna make sure that all this lovely shade paint is over this. Make sure that it will all darken because my style is a little bit of the grim darkish side. I don't like lighter colors. I like the darker ones. I mean, I can paint like vibrant colors and stuff like that. It's just vibrant yellow, for instance, really actually gives me a headache. Like, I prefer, for instance, the Imperial Fists. I prefer that more mellow yellow and not the really bright yellow that a lot of people paint them with. Because it really does strain my eyes. I don't know why, it's just that. Also, don't worry, I didn't paint this deliberately. I wanted to wait for it after shading. Because I'm gonna make it glow. I'm gonna make a glowing effect, baby. All I have to do is wait for the shade paint to fucking dry. And once it's dried, hello, mama. There we go. Then dip it in the next. Oh shit, I didn't paint this. Shit, I did not paint this. Holy fuck balls. I thought I was done, but I wasn't. Off camera fixing some bullshit. There we go. Fixed. I'm gonna just in case wash the shade off the brush, because when that dries up it will clog the brush. Specifically, I can give you psychic damage. Yes, you do. You make me automatically roll Perils of the Warp. It's just really fucking and it's not an instant headache, but the more I look at it, the more I will get it. You know? It's that type of situation, really.
but probably didn't get enough shade paints on the brush. There we go. Remove the excess from it. I can just grab it like here and do it again. Ah, there we go. That's the stuff. Just slobber it. Slobber it like a Doberman and someone's face. No, slobber it like a mastiff on someone's face. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now here comes the funny part. I close this. I shake this. Grab some of the purple shade that's not too much. Shade the ever-living shit out of... Shade the ever-living shit out of this. I want it... Yeah, my Chaos Marines have a purple tint. Let me just look at it off camera. Shit. Well, I can now see the eyes, which is fantastic. But I missed them while painting. So. Excellent. Now I'm gonna wait for it to dry. Would literally... Oh! Shit! I forgot the eye! Damn it! Actually, no. Actually, it's good I forgot the eye. It's actually good. Well, I overreacted a little bit. First off, let's grab some white. You'll see what I mean in a second. Then, the excess because fuck you. And I'm just gonna just paint it all around here. Paint here. Just paint it. Add in the white. And don't worry, young Padawans. It will make sense. Just have a little patience. Alright, I'm gonna also fix the claws afterwards. So don't worry about that. Now, I'm gonna grab the jetpack. Clean the brush as much. Load it up with white and shove it in the fucking propellers. See this? And I don't care if it's hitting the sides. You know? I genuinely do not. What's important is that I am literally just painting it white. Inside. Inside. You know? And then I'm just gonna grab all this little shit right here and spread it around so that I can see at least the propellers. You know, it's important. It's important, and you'll see what I mean in a few seconds when this dries. Alright? You'll see. You will all see what I mean. So now I'm gonna grab the orange again, and I'm gonna fix the claws now. Because this is a layer paint. Layer paints are thinner. So you need to build them up a little bit. So watch this. Ooh, all of a sudden, no more pools.
Interesting, eh? Now, I was debating between golden claws and like hellfire claws, and I just set on the hellfire claws because, you know, counter like polar opposites to my homebrew blood angels. So that's why I picked this claw color. And if I hit a little bit of a metal glow effect, like seriously, lazy answer, glow effect. I wanna be glow effect. Mamo tiedät. Once again, load up the orange paint, brush, remove the excess, slap it on. Just slap it on. Now this is probably also water related, and hear me out, because this is Troll Slay Orange. This is a very bright paint. The issue is with that is that sometimes if it's a different water, there's something called cross contamination. That's why a lot of people, when they're painting white, they only have a water source where they dip their brushes and clean them and whatnot, you know, where it's solely dedicated to white when they're painting white. I do that as well. Maybe I should have painted this white underneath, then painted this, but fuck it. I'm genuinely too lazy. If it looks bad afterwards, I will fucking strip the paint. Because I will probably get isopropyl alcohol again. And just redo them. Like, nothing's stopping you, really. Alright. Now here comes the funny part. See this eye? The paint has more or less dried up. Alright, so I'm gonna load up this small ass brush, and I'm gonna paint then white. I'm gonna paint the orange. And if I hit something, congratulations, Vex. You made a glowing effect. And there you go. Not bad. Let me just see. Personally, yeah, there we go. I hit some of the gold rim, but fuck it, it's literally like glowing. All right, and now the fun part begins. Now, remember when I said the jump pack whites? Watch what happens when I... So what I'm gonna do now is grab this, put it on the palette. However, I'm gonna thin it down astronomically. And this is a layer paint, remember. So it's already thin. And now I just shove it in here. And voila. all of a sudden, boys and girls,
I have a glowing effect. Let me just off camera do this. And wherever there's white, congratulations, me. It just looks glowing. It's glowing like a Fed. Now the white hasn't dried up completely. However, I dig it, because it will fucking dry up now. I just have to burst this fucking barrel. Bubbles all of a sudden that popped up. And now I have this little glowing jump pack. Is it good like how professionals do it? No. But fuck it. Because this is very dark. You know? This is mahogany. Like, it looks black, but it's not black. So anything of a brighter color contrasts it astronomically. You know? And now, I'm gonna grab the other flesh tone paint. There we go. Palette witch flesh. Shake it like crazy. Grab just a smidge. I genuinely need more. Oh crap. Oh. What's stopping me from... Yeah, there we go. Found it. Loop. There are some paint bricks, literally like they call them, which are just preventing me from closing fully. And this is a white paint. Well, off-white, but white nonetheless. There we go. It has aluminum bauxite. Aluminum bauxite is what people use to whiten shit. Hi, pickaxe. I'm just nearly done. And one of the things it's known for, that it's thick as shit. Also, fun fact, aluminum bauxite was used way long ago by bakers to artificially whiten the bread. The spoiler alert, back in those times, white bread was posh. Now it's completely opposite. How shit changes as society changes, so does people's expectations, but also what is posh and what's not. Yeah, I finished. I painted the more than 50% of what I have. So the Raptors, who put titanium white in bread. Yeah, and even but yeah, before that, it's called aluminum bauxite. And people would put fucking that shit in your bread. You know, and say it's white bread. And this happened like till the 20th century. Yeah, and I think the US still does it. But also, do you know why it's a problem? Because it's toxic. Yes. So the very rich people back in that time were pretty much poisoning themselves. Yeah. Here's the thing. It's now cheap bread, but white bread now. That's now. Back then, white bread was posh. It was the expensive bread.
and I'm not giving comparisons of just how different times were. But then again, like, this is also the period where for some reason people put lead in their fucking cosmetics. You know, lead.
Yeah, no wonder people thought. Some people thought the royals were crazy. Some royals were crazy because they put fucking lead on their face, on their skin. You know, skin, the thing that is also super absorbent. Like, your skin can absorb a lot of shit. And poisoning through skin contact is a thing.
There we go. I'm just trying to make sure that all the recesses are shaded so people will see.
There we go. Honestly, I'm gonna shade this as well once it's fully dried up, but yeah. Alright. I'm gonna now glue the jump pack on, and we're gonna be finishing it for today. Till next stream, which will be further on painting the Raptors. I already painted the torsos and the arms. It's just the trims and everything, but the trim is like half of the fucking model, so. Yeah. I'm gonna be so fucking raging when that happens.
Alright. We're gonna put some blue on here. And then
lead, rhodium, asbestos, other funky oxide metals here and there. Yeah. Yeah. Granted, a lot of people don't have modern science. There we go, and this is why I did it separately. Look, the jump pack covers the shoulder pad. Here, covers it as well. Makes it inaccessible. And there we go. The Lord is done. Thanks. It's not at your level pickaxe, but it's good enough. It's my slap chop grimdark style. Very dark.
it did dry. Okay. It's excellent, actually.
Because now I'm gonna grab this again, and I'm gonna grab the tiniest amount of my level. Are you kidding? I saw your fucking dwarf, dude. You actually painted him really well.
Divert the excess off and just use my skin as a sacrificial lamb. you know, and just direct everything where I need to. He has a demon in him. Like, the lore is that he has a demon, so his skin going full on purple makes fucking sense. To take further. I mean, fair enough. Okay, I'm just looking at him right now to see if I missed anything, if there's any screw-ups. Because it's like 10 p.m. here, light as shit. So, what I see could be very different in the morning. Yeah. That's my, that's my, commander of the, well, not the leader. The leader is intensive in their lore. Can't wait to buy one. Because now they put in the... Yeah, in the Thousand Suns Combat Patrol and the Warriors Combat Patrol, a Demon Prince. I always planned to get a Thousand Sun army. So I get 2 in 1. I get my Demon Prince, and I get my Thousand Suns, which I'm gonna paint as 40k Thousand Suns 1-to-1. God help my soul when that happens, because I am then royally fucked. Yeah, but like I said, this is like my off project, like way down the pipeline. It's not even close to be soon. Like, the Demon Prince is the centerpiece model, and I'm just like... I'm gonna wait for that. I need to plan everything. You know, because he has more skin. Wait, when am I putting this? This one is literally empty. I have to throw this out. So yeah. Alright, that's about that. There we go, you can look at him. Actually, I'm gonna put him right here. I'm gonna shove you all right here. I'm gonna let you all look at him while I find somebody to raid. So I'm gonna finish the stream on YouTube. Thank you all for being here. I will see you all next time. Next stream is also gonna be a painting stream. We're gonna be finishing these bad boys. So yeah, I'll see you all YouTube. See you all next time.